nochikwata omulaze wekibeera kati aba badde muno ngatte
Joseph. Joseph. Adinka. Eh? Producer Joseph. Oh, no. Over now. I've lost pictures, Mukono.
A very good afternoon, viewers out there. We are back with the second game on day 5. It's the Kayunga Titans versus Buvuma Sailors. Wonderful views being shown out here at Florida Cricket Oval in Ziba, Kokonjeru. This is the Mukono T20 Cup, hosted the first time of its kind in this region. In the morning, we had a beautiful game. That was the Titans who were versing the Mukono development. The Titans were able to set 132 and for a loss of 3, winning by 7 wickets. 133, winning by 7 wickets. My name is Alpha. Behind the mic, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take you down to the toss to my colleague Solomon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Out here in the middle for the toss, as we have Buvuma Sailors against the Kayunga Titans. The home captain will toss.
Heads is the call.
And heads is the
And
call.
tail it is.
We shall bat first.
Buvuma Sailors have won the toss and have elected to bat first. Any particular reason why?
I think the wicket is good. A good score here above 150 would be
Okay, any changes in the team? You had a match yesterday.
Samba Jonathan comes in for Jovan. That's the only change.
Let me speak to Brian Asaba, Captain Titans. You are going to field.
Yeah, we're going to field ball means make sure those guys score like 130, 120. Can be an easy chase for us.
A double header for you on match day 5 today. How are you going to go about that?
Yeah, we lose the morning game. This one will come in very well.
Okay, thank you. And that's all from the middle. Buvuma Sailors against the Kayunga Titans.
Welcome back from that toss. And the table standings are Buvuma Sailors topping the table, having played only 2 games, won both of them, piling up a total of 0.6 with a net run rate of 1.56. Then Lugazi Trekkers, Mukono Development, respectively, having also 6 points, having played 3 games, won 2 and lost 1. Then Wickets Gladiators, number 4 on the table. That is the standing of the table of all the teams, the 6 teams that are participating in this inaugural Mukono T20 Cup. It's a sunny day out here at Florida Cricket Oval in Ziba, Kokonjeru. Awesome cricket going to take place. And now, live feed as we get into the first innings of the second game of the day. That is day 5. Pretty well good. Buvuma Sailors able to win the toss and taking on the bat. When you look at the Kayunga Titans, in the morning they suffered a loss, and now this afternoon this is the time for them to come up and be able to rejuvenate themselves, at least to conquer this afternoon by getting a win. I would want to welcome back my commentator Solomon. Welcome back from that toss.
Thank you, Alpha. Good evening, good afternoon, viewers. Florida Cricket Oval, stage set for the game between the Sailors and the Titans. Match day 5 of the Mukono T20 Cup. Game number 10. The Titans having a double header today. Still rooted at the bottom of the log with 3 points, coming from just one win for them, but hoping to make amends this evening as they face the fast moving and pace setting Buvuma Sailors. In your shot is Simon Sesazi, tasked with the role of opening, and Chadia Alex will be coming in from the forest end.
Beautiful pictures and beautiful aerial view of Florida Cricket Oval. Here it's a sunny day. It's only just a few shadows coming in, but no chances of any rain this afternoon. Action-packed cricket going to take place, and it's one of a kind. The umpires in there, Michael Okoth and Sharon Athola.
The Sailors facing the Trekkers yesterday, managing to post 158, and off we go with the single from Sesazi.
With the likes of Sesazi being on this team, builds more energy in the team. Seeing him opening with the youngster in there. Yesterday, Sesazi was able to punch through the power play and giving them a good start, giving the Buvuma Sailors a good start. And now, here comes
the right hand combination. No ball called by umpire Michael Okoth. Chadia Alex offering a free hit.
As yesterday, Simon Sesazi was able to punish all the free hits that were being bowled at his hand, not giving any a chance, but hitting them to a maximum.
Only one run coming off the free hit. Bringing back Sesazi. Sesazi scoring a seeded 38 yesterday in the match against the Trekkers, playing within himself and his abilities. Fielder escorting that ball to the boundary where he would have put in a dive. It will be a tough ask and going for the Titans, having played in the morning and now also playing in the afternoon. Tired and weary bodies all over the pitch, with the fitness levels coming into question. Another ball down the leg side from Chadia Alex.
There were lots of lazy fielding coming from from the players of Titans in the morning, but this afternoon we want to see whether this will be changing, and for them at least to make sure they contain the Buvuma Sailors to a very small score. Now Simon Sesazi tickles that to mid-wicket, but Pascal Murungi, very fast, quick and agile, comes in to stop them from trying to take a second one after taking that first one.
A brisk breeze blowing over Florida Cricket Oval, and the bowler would be mindful to know where it is blowing to. Also the batter not to play against the wind. Dot ball to Chadia Alex, the youngster tasked with opening the bowling in now the 5th match of his team. Good lines, and that dot ball bringing us to the end of the first over. The scoreboard will read 8 runs for no loss. The experienced Pascal Murungi offering words and tips. To the bowler coming in from the highway end, Samuel. With the wind blowing across the over, the bells failing to stay in place and have to be replaced. Offering a break in play. We are at the halfway stage of this tournament. Edition 1 of the Mukono T20 Cup. Sesazi wafts at a rising ball.
And when you look at the Buvuma Sailors lineup, we have a Dupu Tom, a Juno Robert, a Siku Jackson, Calvin Watua, Emmanuel Rothmioy, Kawanguzi Timothy, Komagum Jovan, Mahad Sechito, Nsamba Jonathan, Menya Jonathan, Simon Sesazi, Solomon Chigozi, and Sebaiga Davis.
You might have heard my name among the squad for the Buvuma Sailors, but choosing to conduct my duties here in the comms box and greatly enjoying it, leaving the playing to the youngsters. Some of us are at the tail end of our careers, famously known as the Bagurusi. Just been playing with the London Nigerians who came to tour Uganda.
Tickled one there in square, and Simon Sesazi managed to get one.
And the squad for the Kayunga Titans has Abaho Aaron, Alijuna Fortnite, Asaba Brian, Chadia Alex, Lanan Timothy Muhanguzi, Lule Arafat, Ranga Brian, Martin Boji, Mbazira Charles, Mpaji Sudais, Mugisha Victor, Ochen Peter, Okwalinga Emmanuel, Pasco Murunji.
And has bowled that. It's a plump. He manages to get him out. LBW. One there. Out under. Ends the life of the batter. The score is 13 for 1.
Samuel bowling better lines compared to the morning game. Trapping the batter in his crease. The ball swinging, hitting the back foot, leaving umpire Sharon with the duty to raise that finger. Buvuma Sailors leading the log, winning 2 in 2 for 6, and looking to add to that tally. Team full of big hitters.
One of the top batters of this Buvuma Sailors, Calvin Batua, has a couple of 91 runs in total. But before him, Chris Kidega, 147, leading the batting. And Nas Baig from Mukono Development comes in also with 91. Martin Borgi, 82. And then Jaffa of Lugazi Trekkers, 73 runs in the batting lineup with the highest scores. Batter in is Timothy Kawanguzi.
Christopher Chidega, having 2 half centuries in the tournament so far. The wicket keeper missing that ball for extras against his team. Interesting field settings out there. Chadia Alex at point, Martin Boji at wide gully, Conrad Lubwama in the covers, Muhanguzi Timothy long on, Samuel trapping Kawanguzi in his crease, but managing to scamper for 1.
The left and right combination of Simon Sesazi and Timothy Kawanguzi, all in all, usually confuses most of the bowlers. And let's see how the bowler is going to be able to maneuver all this.
Skippers love that combination. It troubles the lines of the bowler. More or less the field, for it is always the same field, but it goes against the lines of the bowler. Pasco Murunji doing the fielding at mid-on, offering 1. bringing us to the end of the 17th over. 1 wicket lost in the process. I beg your pardon. 2 overs down. 17 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. It's the Mukono T20 Cup Edition 1, proudly brought to you by Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Mukono. Deep End Sports Media broadcast partners, Mukono Cricket Community, and in conjunction with Cricket Uganda, Chadia Alex continuing from the forest end. Simon Sesazi picking 2 off the first ball of this over.
This is the first time I'm seeing Asaba Brian getting the gloves as the captain of Kayunga Titans. And there is, pitches it to the zone of Simon Sesazi as the left-hander and hits down to mid to long on for 1.
The designated wicket-keeper, who was Conrad Lubwama, yesterday in the match against the Trekkers, injuring his finger in the process. So in the match in the morning, Mugisha Victor taking the gloves, but then now Asaba taking the gloves in the afternoon match. Good to call on people with different skill sets and qualities, because if both all their wicket keepers were injured and no one is able to take the mantle, they would really struggle. But doing an okay job is a Brian Asaba. The field was set for Chadia Alex against Kawanguzi, having point extra cover. Turns and swivels on that full toss, but unable to put it away. End of 3 overs, 19 runs on board, 1 wicket lost.
Because that ball came from the bat and struck the helmet, the umpire comes in to consult and be able to examine Timothy Kawanguzi, whether he still has his mind on, clear and ready to
Concussion test ongoing, and play can only resume if Kawanguzi says the correct number of fingers umpire Sharon puts up.
Seeing him laughing with the umpire putting on those smiles, it was already an initial showing that, hey, I'm sober enough to to play.
Definitely. Samuel continues from the highway end. Simon Sesazi on strike. Brian Asaba continues to direct and plus his fielders. With the broken international engagements for the national team, you find that some of these players have only been involved in trial matches, and which some of the times have no consequences and bearings, but to get an opportunity to play in a real competition with real repercussions stands some of these players in good stead, keeps them in match day form.
Timothy Kawanguzi on strike. Oh, clicks that. Oh, they were through. Crosses the boundary for 4.
Kawanguzi flashing hard. The despairing dive of Brian Asaba. Ball racing to the boundary for 4. That sound hard all over the ground. Desperate efforts from the fielder at third man.
Well bowled, young man, and well punched, Timothy Kawanguzi.
Good and loud call out there in the middle.
The score is 25 for 1. End of Pardon me, the over is still ongoing.
Sesazi leaving that ball well alone for a precious dot ball. It's still the power play overs, field restrictions.
Seeing Asaba Brian being too comical behind the wicket.
You cannot be too hard on somebody whose forte is not what he's doing, but coming in because the appeals loud from the batter, but umpire indicating leg by as Sesazi tried to swivel on that ball, keeping low. The growing shadows across the over will be welcome relief to the bodies of the Titans, having played in the blazing sun in the morning.
Sammy on the attack. He bowls again wide.
Tries a slower ball, but the rudder malfunctioning. Hands on his head, going through the motions of what the correct technique should be.
Beautifully bowled. What a luck from Timothy Kawanguzi. But it goes to a boundary. 4 runs there.
Rising ball clicked above the wicket keeper, ending up in the hoardings of our broadcast partners, Deep End Sports. You can never buy such a shot.
End of over number 4. The score is 33 runs for 1. Pardon us for
A change at the forest end as Captain Brian Asaba comes into the attack for his finger spin. A man with varieties, tricks and turns in his repertoire. Asaba favoring the wider line, trying to entice Sesazi into a cut shot into the waiting hands of his fielders. Brilliant shot from Sesazi. And Lule Arafat guilty of letting that past him. Dot ball. Precious dot ball in the power play for Brian Asaba. Only one for his troubles as Pasco Murungi continues to patrol the deep mid-wicket region. Further changes in the field with the right-hander on strike now.
Timothy Kawanguzi on strike, and there was a change of field there. What a quick run taken by Timothy Kawanguzi.
Brian Asaba throwing in the dive to prevent two. Successful at that. And the toss, he told me that they intend to squeeze the Sailors and only accord them maximum of about 120 runs thereabouts and come and try and chase them. One off that shot, adding to the tally for Simon Sesazi. Pascal Murungi all over this field, covering every inch of blade, offering up his knowledge as one of the marquee players for Kayunga Titans. It is 5 overs, done and dusted. 40 runs on board for the loss of 1 wicket.
New bowler coming from the highway end, Mpaji Sudais. And we can see a fielding change. Commanding and calling in change of the fielding position. Third man has been brought in, and deep square plus cow corner set in there for Simon Sesazi.
And clearly you can see the line that Mpaji is trying to bowl, drawing Sesazi into playing on the onside, with Brian Asaba waiting at long on. Deep mid wicket. Oh! The sound from the side screen indicates a 4. Sesazi flashing through the slips. Fielder making a meal out of that and conceding further boundaries. The Buvuma Sailors scoreboard keeps ticking. Great work from the young man, specifically put there for that. Only offering one to Simon Sesazi, playing off his feet.
The combination of the left and right. Now there is a change of the fielding positions, fielding structure. Since it's Timothy Kawangu is the right-hander, the Pascal Murungi is going into gully area, and they are bringing in, they are removing the sweeper, bringing the covers into the ring, and having only the fine leg and third man out. Timothy Kawanguzi punishes that. It sails through for 4. Through the square. 4 runs. Timothy Kawanguzi. Building on that, he had to align himself very well and then swings his blade through the square for 4.
Brian Asaba trying to be inventive with his field placements, bringing in mid-wicket and cover. That is on the field or the line that Sudai is straying wider. An expensive over it's proving to be. Oh! Sending the batsman's heart racing with that ball at the 4th line stump. Missed by Kawanguzi. That should give the young man confidence. That is the line he should be bowling.
Punished very well. A bisector. And oh, what a miss. For 4. Timothy Kawanguzi lines up the back foot and guides it in between Gully and Poet for 4 runs.
The despairing efforts of Boji Martin giving chase, trying to use his feet to stop the ball from reaching the boundary. As you can see, dive not effective. The chase on, missing that and ending up crossing the rope.
You could see lots of disappointments from the bowler who tried to chase on that as he was trying to relieve himself from that run, from chasing the ball. And right now, end of over number 6. The score is 58 for 1. And that's the end of the first power play.
Muhanguzi London Timothy coming in with his finger spin. That's the bowler change from the Forest end. He has a variety, turns it in and away. He has a quicker ball. The battle line set between him and Kawanguzi. So it is Muhanguzi versus Kawanguzi. And probably both names meaning the same thing, but coming from different regions of this beautiful country that we call home, Uganda.
Punished. You bowl a full toss for me, I punish it. Those are always the good balls for Simon Sesazi to take on. Straight to the side screens. 4 runs off that first ball of Muhanguzi.
A loosener to Kawanguzi. And the pressure firmly back to the bowler, conceding a boundary on the first ball of his over. Where has he got? Oh! Missed by Mpaji at point, cursing himself for his small stature, because to any tall man that would just be in their hands, ball sailing over him.
Perfectly cut by Simon Sesazi for 4. Another one. He takes it. And that's a 6. A maximum from Simon Sesazi. It's a consecutive boundary in this over.
The over proving to be expensive. 2 4s and a 6 now. 14 in 3. The pressure truly and truly on Muhanguzi London. Chadia Alex doing the cleanup. But 2 picked up by Sesazi with good running in between the wickets.
This partnership of Simon Sesazi and Timothy Kawanguzi, they are very fast running in between the wickets. Again, Simon on strike. But that's a wide. At this rate, just in the 7th over, Simon Sesazi having 40 and Timothy Kawanguzi having 27. Quick ones there. Can they make 2? Misses that. What a powerful throw from Pasco Murungi. Experienced young man. Lots of vigor. With all the talent he has gotten in this cricket. Bringing it and displaying it in this tournament. Wonderful display by Pasco Murungi. Punch straight to long on. Fielded by Pasco Murungi. Bringing this to the end of over number 7. Score being 77 for 1.
A very healthy run rate at the moment. 11 per over for the Buvuma Sailors. 1 wicket down, 77 runs on the board, and 7 overs completed. I love the way that Sesazi is batting well within himself. Often times he's been guilty of not giving himself a decent start, trying to blaze off from the word go. But an astute cricket brain and a good batting plan he has right now, as Mpaji Sudais continues from the highway end.
Simon Sesazi just needs to give himself time onto that wicket for him to score highly. Otherwise, the recklessness he used yesterday, losing his wicket, was uncalled for.
Sometimes guilty of getting overexcited, but I love the way he runs between the wickets. So if you have that and the power striking ability, you will definitely score runs. realizing that the youngsters' arms not yet as strong as some of the marquee players, and keeping running, adding to the pressure.
Scoped by Simon Sesazi. 6 runs in there. Wonderfully executed by Simon Sesazi, bringing his score to a 50. Half century for Simon Sesazi, also entering the half centurions in this tournament. Well batted, well executed towards the nets, where you can see the young players training.
Well in from Simon Sesazi. Missing out yesterday. Today's building off his own bowling. And some housekeeping for umpire Sharon Athula on the bat of Simon Sesazi. It is interesting to see the equipment that the umpires move with, as they are required sometimes to do much more than just the umpiring.
That helps to prevent time wasting of calling for just a blade from the pavilion, so that it can be brought in here. But at least that is one of the required equipment for the umpires to have while umpiring. Simon Sesazi equals that for 1 to square and manages to get off strike, bringing Timothy Kawanguzi to the strike.
Speaking of speeding up play, obviously T20 cricket, time limited, and with airtime on television channels being at a premium, producers not wanting to overrun their scheduled time. A very good job done by the team here in Florida Cricket Oval.
Pulled away by Timothy Kawanguzi. He became sluggish a bit there, thinking that it was going for 4, but finding Brian Asaba, the man patrolling the boundary at deep mid-wicket, with the agility, and throws back a quick one.
If you only admire your shot and don't run, however good it is, you will not get value for money. Fielding in pairs from Asaba and Abaho. The refreshments coming in for Kawanguzi. Murunji saying, I will need some of that as well. Beautiful shots of this glorious oval nestled in the nature reserve in Kokonjeru. Deep End Sports Media, your number 1 premier broadcasting partners, well versed in live broadcasting, streaming, production. Men doing the job in this tournament. The first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup 88 runs on the board after 8 overs and the loss of 1 wicket. The Buvuma Sailors maintaining the 11 run per over scoring rate. That is adjudged wide from Muhanguzi to Kahanguzi.
Punched straight to mid on, to long on. Timothy Kawanguzi goes for 1. And the beautiful green vegetation surrounding this surrounding Florida Cricket Oval brings you fresh air to breathe in. It's really so green and beautiful in this area.
Just beyond the side screen from the forest end is also a natural opportunity not taken. Simon Sassazi skies that one. The fielder running in, but unable to complete the catch. What a missed opportunity.
Asaba Brian will look to regret why he couldn't take that.
He was coming in full pelt, but still the ball dropping down at his feet. So it is understandable for that ball to bounce out of his hands. Free hit indicated. And as morning follows night, 4 runs for Simon Sassazi. Good at punishing those free hits.
As I told you about yesterday's game, as long as he was given any free hit, it was always going for a maximum. He's so good at punishing those balls. Another one there, but it was good to see Timothy Kawanguzi backing up himself and not allowing for any run out. Remember, when that ball just touches any body part of the bowler and goes direct to the stumps, finding the batter out of the way after the crease, that's a run out already. Hit straight over the screen. Simon Sassazi, when he starts to generate, electronically hits those balls. What a massive hit by Simon Sassazi. Very fast, moving like a bullet. 6 runs on that. Simon Sassazi, 65.
Muhanguzi guilty of trying to bowl quick. Ball missed by a kicking ball missed by the batsman, and the wicket keeper taking evasive action as well, resulting in a bye. Some moments of light relief out there in the middle.
All prevailing to be like a comical show taking place.
Yes, Muhanguzi guilty of sometimes trying to bowl quick. Yet it should just be a 1-2 ball kicking, half tracker rising.
Look at that moment.
Wicket keeper having to dive for his life. Otherwise, the ball would have taken his head clean off. I would, as the skipper for the Titans, I would urge my bowlers to try and slow it down. Somebody like Mpaji, the way he bowls, he slows it down. But in comes Conrad Lubwama from the highway end.
I would expect to see Pascal Murungi trying to slow Pascal Murungi and the senior players in this team trying to slow down the game. But all in all, 104 for 1 after 8 overs. Buvuma Sailors, Simon Sesazi on 65 and Timothy Kawanguzi 20 runs. New bowler coming in from the highway end. That is Conrad Lubwama. He's a very hard fighter. After sustaining an injury on his finger yesterday, he still saw his team to victory with that injury he sustained. But still, he has that ability and energy to come in. As you all see, he is trying to make some field changes around for Simon Sesazi, making sure they pile up the offside of Simon Sesazi. More people at the ring and only one sweeper. Massively hit in the bush. When Simon Sesazi decides to be on fire, you can't bring water to stop the fire. Simon Sesazi hits it there right away and bringing his score to 71. Simon Sesazi.
Another look at that as a full toss from Lubwama dispatched into the forest by Sesazi.
When you look at Lubwama, the way before bowling that ball, he packed his offside, the offside of Simon Sesazi with so many players, for so many fielders, and now he blunders and bowls a full toss borderline to Simon Sesazi. Guess what happens? He punishes him for that. I assume and think that you're supposed to bowl according to where your fielders are placed.
I think the ball slipped out of his hands as he's been rubbing his... Bowled him! That is the comeback you want. That is the fight you want from your bowler. Having been deposited for 6, you get the precious prized wicket of your opponent. Lubwama winning this battle between himself and Sesazi. Clean bowled.
He comes in there. Simon Sesazi again wanting to take him across, but he plays the wrong line. He was meant to play that straight to the screen. Look at how he plays that. Goes across, opens up for Conrad and picks that wicket. Massive celebrations from Conrad. And there is Simon Sesazi, whose life has been ended.
I tell you, those steps back into the pavilion also require a massive workout to make your way up. But the second wicket falling for the Buvuma Sailors as they won the toss and elected to bat. The Titans doing all they can to stem the flow of the runs, getting rid of the dangerous Sesazi, but bringing in the equally efficient Calvin Watua, a centurion, a half centurion yesterday in that game he played against the Trekkers, man on form.
The score is 110 for 2. Shouts coming from the field from Captain Brian Asaba, commanding the field, doing field changes for Calvin Watua. What a nip being bowled by Conrad Luwama.
Trying to surprise Calvin Watua. And with some grass still on the wicket, this is only day 2 that we are using, that middle strip, still offering pace and bounce. There are some cracks as well, so it offers a lot to everyone, both bowler and batter. Sweet sound of ball and bat as Watua deposits Lubwama for another maximum in this over. The way that the Sailors are going, they might post the highest total in this tournament.
Calvin Watua pulls that for 1, gets off the strike, having 7 runs off 2 balls.
Going quietly about his business, Lubwama trying to bump the ball. And now with it on offer, deep cover, cuts it off for a single, bringing us to the end of the 10th over. 112 runs on board for the Sailors. A healthy, I beg your pardon, it is 118 runs for the Buvuma Sailors at an impressive 11.8 run rate. Simon Sesazi contributing 60 of those runs, but back in the dugout as the Titans fight back. And we see Boji Martin coming into the bowling attack from the forest end, going through the motions, readying himself for the battle that is going to commence. That slight break brought about by the umpires, having a look and check on the match ball, having received enough punishment in the previous over. London at point stops that. Good to see that these lads competing against each other, playing for different teams in this tournament. Rivalries being birthed that will continue long into their cricket careers.
Oh, beautifully punched by Calvin Watua on back foot, only managing to get 1 run after a very fast, fielding by Brian Asava.
I told you a bowler like Boji Martin slows down that pace, daring the batter to put him away with that turning ball.
Cuts that, but they managed to go for one, and good fielding from London.
Dot balls and singles on offer in this over.
Punishes it again. What a flat six. Hit by Calvin Watua. Man is getting into the ring, ready to box that ball. And 6 runs there for Calvin Watua.
Setting his sights early on that ball and swinging. Widith definitely calls for a throwing of arms at the ball.
Crosses that. There's Calvin Watua. Can he get another half century today? He looks strong, energetic, and well composed for this entanglement of Buvuma Sailors taking on Kayunga Titans.
He's a man not afraid of the dot balls, believing and trusting in his power to keep him in range with strike rate. Some batters, after a few dot balls, completely lose their heads and try to force the pace, but what we're waiting for those bad balls.
Again, he takes that one. Can it be? Oh, misses down. Misses that. And it's 4 runs again. Calvin Watua, a second boundary. First one being the one before that being a flat 6. And now this one crossing and rolling down. Double bounces. 4 runs.
Today's Mpaji having a horror show out there in the field with with ball, and also now the ball following him wherever he is. That marks the end of the 11th over. 137 runs on board for the Buvuma Sailors, and losing 2 wickets so far in the process. Watua in at number 4, and Kawanguzi in at 3. The third wicket partnership for the Buvuma Sailors.
Beautifully displayed by this pair, with the command of Calvin Watua, the experienced one. He swings it, that chance comes and taken. Asaba Brian ends the life of Timothy Kawanguzi. The last time Asaba Brian was able to drop Simon Sesazi, but this time he glues Timothy Kawanguzi, ending his life and innings in this over.
Leading from the front, Asaba, the ball coming right to him from Conrad Lubwama, just having to steady himself and completing that catch to much relief and joy to the Titans. Kawanguzi swinging hard towards cow corner, but perishing in the process, which brings Arjuna, the captain, to the crease, taking guard, but Lubwama has the ball.
Conrad Rubamba has been an outstanding player for Kayunga Titans, both with the bat and the ball, plus the gloves.
Loud call out in the middle for a single for Arjuna. A man quick between the wickets. No ball indicated by umpire Sharon, indicating that we will have a free hit to Watua and a man of his strength, unless bamboozled by Lubwama, might take a liking to that. Smart bowling from Lubwama. Half tracker, quick one. Using the pitch to hurry that ball towards Watua. A man of very many variations in his bowling.
Punch straight on, but finds one of the strong fielders, Pasco Murungi, fumbles a bit and allows them to take two.
That was a double all the way from when he played that ball. Murungi effective out there from, oh, good work from the keeper. A swing and a miss from Watua. Right in the block hole. To the man at Longon, Brian Asaba. You notice Conrad asking those that are returning the ball to him to be quite less ferocious, as he has an injury already on his fingers. Direct to Chadia Alex at can pick up the ball quickly and with a good running offers an extra to the Sailors. End of the 12th over. Only 3 wickets have fallen so far, and the score is 146.
Beautiful scenes displayed on your screen. That's the Florida Cricket Oval, and seeing it looking very beautiful, green all throughout. This is the inaugural Mukono T20 Cup, proudly brought to you by Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Deep End Sports Media, Mukono Cricket Community, and not forgetting the mother body of cricket in Uganda, that is Cricket Uganda. Calvin Watua sets himself and hits that. Can they go for two? Beautifully fielded by Conrad Lubwama at the cow owner end, limiting them from getting a second one. UCA, the former name for
the governing body of cricket in Uganda, going through a rebrand now called Cricket Uganda. Great things happening out there in Lugogo. Recently purchased land for the home of cricket. Lugogo being prepared to be torn down for an arena to be built in its place. Cricket Uganda well ahead of those plans, not waiting to be evicted and acquiring land in Nakasaja, where they will be able to build facilities. A minimum of 2 overs. And Watua depositing Boji over the mid-wicket.
Leans down and punishes that again towards the scoreboard, the scorer's end. Swings, clicks, mistimes that, and it goes over the wicket keeper, managing to get one of that.
Very many programs going on the Pasco Murunji at Longon, keeping the batters honest, bringing us to a close of the 13th over. Very many hubs that we have in Uganda. Southwestern hub in Masaka, the Western hub that takes Kasese and Fort Potro and Masindi, also the Northern hub in Gulu, the Ginger hub in Eastern Uganda. We have another one in Soroti, and not forgetting to mention Mukono hub as well, all receiving ample support from Cricket Uganda, taking cricket to the masses. And from that, then you develop, you have the schools development program. Moving on now to the elite performance. So a clear structure and pathways developing nicely for the cricketers out here in Uganda.
Punches that one, and just below the commentator's box, flashed by Calvin Watua for 6. Electronically executed that. Very good shot coming from the young man, Calvin Watua. Lots of vigor and experience. Powerfully hit, bringing his score to 38. Punched again. Well fielded, young man. Only allowing them to get one there.
London could do with trying to slow down that ball, bowling a bit quicker, enabling the ball to reach the batter quicker. The quicker you come, the quicker you go. Arjuna on one knee and depositing him past backward square leg.
The score is 165 at the moment as we talk. This is the highest score
in the tournament so far. Yes,
so far.
And Buvuma Sailors have the two highest scores so far in the tournament. A full toss, but with Murungi coming in quick and fast, limiting the batters to only one. For a man with an injured finger, he does a good job, Buvuma. At long off, bringing us to the end of the 14th over. Score is 167 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. I don't know how many more runs that the Sailors will end up with, but it looks ominous. The leather's been flying to all parts and places on this oval. And Boji Martin will continue for his third over from the forest end. Field settings changing. 5 boundary riders, long off, long on. Deep mid wicket, cow corner. Extra cover. Straight to extra cover. Ball bouncing in the field, but Mwanguzi doing a good job to clean up. Arjuna looking to get in on the act as well. Rocking on to his back foot. The call is for 2. And they achieved that. Fast in between the wickets. As my colleague Alpha takes a break from the comms box. Lumbuama not risking his fingers for the what would have been a catch, letting it drop in front of him. Smacked right into the swamp by Calvin Watua for the maximum. His strike rate rising and rising with that smash down to the swamp for 6. Bringing us to the close of the 15th over. 177 runs on board for the loss of 3 wickets. Buvuma Sailors piling in the runs, having already notched 2 wins out of 2. Will the score that they popped make it 3 out of 3 on match day 5? Arjuna getting in on the act with it on offer from Lubuama. Deposited. Over long off. This is match number 10 in the Mukono T20 Cup, Edition 1, 2025. And at the end of it all, we will have an inaugural champion. The runs being scored out there in the middle, the catches, the dismissals, the wickets, all providing a reference point for future editions. Arjuna continues. Man put at long off, the ever dependable Pasco Murunji makes no mistake to dismiss Arjuna to make it 4 wickets down for the Buvuma Sailors. If you hit it, you have to make sure that it beats the man. Intent clear, but right down the throat of Murunji. Quicker ball from Lubuama. Arms aloft in celebration. The Kayunga Titans must be feeling the hate literally and physically on a double header on match day 5, having played in the morning against Mukono Development, but losing that match. Losing the toss for the evening game and trying to restrict Buvuma Sailors. The score right now is 182 runs. I think they've partly failed against that. Plenty of balls to come and wickets in hand for the Sailors might ensure that the punishment continues. Will we see the 200 mark breached? But Lubuama continues. Good effort in the field from Mohanguzi, London Timothy, coming in off the boundary to field at mid-on. Quicker ball rising onto Atua, clicking it, but the wicket keeper unable to take that catch. A missed opportunity. Some fielding changes. Mid-wicket brought in. leg in as well. Diving effort to prevent that white ball from Buvuma, going for extra runs. Drop and run from Calvin Watua, showing that is not only about power hitting, but also showing some nous to his batting. End of the 16th over. 187 runs on board. 3 wickets back in the hat. Buvuma Sailors against the Kayunga Titans. 4 overs. All 24 balls remaining, with 7 wickets to pick for the Titans. Some changes ongoing. The wicketkeeper directing traffic as Chadia Alex comes in to bowl his last over from the forest end. Smashed straight to long on the ground from Watua. We cannot fail to mention our sponsors, being Kingsley Children's Medical Center in Mukono, Deep End Sports Media, broadcast partners, the gentlemen bringing you these pictures live from Florida Cricket Oval. This tournament being organized by Mukono Cricket Community and stewarded by Cricket Uganda. A quicker ball from Chadia Alex, doing a fine job for his captain. Miss hit off, missed shy from Buvuma as they complete that quick run. The Shadows will be welcome relief to the Kayunga Titans in the dying embers of this first innings. Playing a doubleheader today and having played in the blazing sun in the morning. Ball hit hard straight to long off, still running to Chadia, trying to evade the umpire, who is doing a welfare check, indicating that it's fine. But umpire Michael Okoth will tell the young man, I have a job to do and I will do it. And we are all good to go. Need some fine lines and dot balls to complete his allotted 4. Strays down the leg side for an extra. Chadia reaching out in his bag of goodies to offer the Sailors. some of that. Good ball from Chadia, and a drop and run from Watua brings one. Appealing as the ball wraps the pads of Arjuna, but only bringing us to the end of the 18th over. The score stands at 193 for the loss of 3 wickets. Watua inching closer to another half century to go with the 69 that he scored in yesterday's game. Also moving up the log in the batting charts. And welcoming back my colleague Alpha Adoa to the comms box.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Yeah, just having a brief chat with one of the experienced players on this team of the Kayunga Titans at the line, that is Pasco Murungi. He punishes that and manages to get only one run. Calvin Watua talking with Pasco Murungi, saying that in their team they need to give chances to the youngsters so that they can be able to expose themselves to playing hard cricket. Otherwise themselves, they would be getting the ball and bowl to the seniors.
Indeed, there are always very many things at play in tournaments, in games. And clearly the Titans slower ball dipping down onto Arjuna, unable to put that away. As I was saying, that experience can never be bought but lived, and the Titans doing a good job to let the youngsters continue their cricket education. One from Watua of Lubwama.
Beautifully punched by Jackson Asiku. One there, trying to give Calvin strike so that he can be able to get to his century, to his half century.
A beautiful strip prepared by Twali, the groundsman.
And it's a double for Calvin Watua. A second consecutive half century for Calvin Watua. Well batted, young man. Beautifully executed in this innings.
Bringing the score now to excuse me for the graphics on your screen. 18 overs gone. The score has just breached the 200 mark making it the highest score in this tournament. 4 wickets have fallen so far. Calvin Watua notching his second 50, with Arjuna playing the anchor role.
Brilliant knock from Calvin Watua. Came in, executed. He started straight away from his first ball, hitting a maximum towards the chairman stands. And now here he is, well composed, knocking a second half century.
Sudais Mpaji back from the forest end in the penultimate over, but
White ball. As I was saying, Calvin Watua has joined Chris Kidega. They are now two of them having double half centuries in this tournament.
yes, guys in fine form. Wide, called by umpire Michael Okoth. That is the 6th half century. The umpire Michael Okoth having a word with the bowler, but it's all good to go now.
Punishes that one again, but Calvin Watua is caught by Asaba Bryan at long off. Very beautiful innings of Calvin Watua come to an end. 51.
He gifts Sudais Mpaji his first wicket in this match, hitting it straight to Brian Asaba, who didn't have to move that much to complete that catch. Safe as houses. What a relief to the young man. Sailors losing their 5th wicket in the penultimate over, bringing Jonathan Samba to the middle.
It's now two youngsters on the crease. Jackson Asiku and Jonathan Nsamba.
Jonathan Samba, a student at St. John's SS Namuyenje, different from St. John's SS Kayunga, but both found in Mukono district and part of the Mukono cricket community.
It's quite impressive seeing 200 runs being hit in one innings by a team in this first inaugural Mukono T20 Cup.
We promised explosive action, and we have delivered. The blades of the sailors hot, bringing a mountain of runs so far in this innings.
Very impressive with the bat. Buvuma Sailors, very good display.
Flashes hard through the slips. Despairing effort from the young man doesn't prevent four. Arjuna the young man not happy with that. Skyer from Arjuna, and he will have to perish as the wicketkeeper completes the catch to send him on his way, redeeming himself for having missed the previous ball, which went for a boundary. 6 wickets down now for the Sailors, but having posted 207 as the graphics will soon show, and the 19th over running. The young man getting just rewards for his effort. Seeing Rothmere coming in. The openers laid quite a good foundation for everybody else to come and build on that.
It was impressive seeing Simon Sesazi yielding maximum runs in the power play. You know, always the first 6 overs in the T20, since it's a fast-paced game, you need to utilize your power play. And once you don't utilize your power play, you are doomed. It's not easy always to accelerate when 5 fielders are taken to the boundary. But when you have only 2 fielders outside, it always becomes so easy for you, to score maximums out of that.
Indeed, teams exploiting the power plays. Rothmere come off the mark immediately.
Rothmere Emma plays for Tornado B in the Laika Uganda 50 over tournament. 50 over league.
And also the Laika T20 being concluded yesterday in Entebbe with Ismaili Community Cricket Club taking honors against Abojo. And you will see some members of Abojo playing Pasco Murunji, Brian Asaba, Arjuna. Hard luck to the guys. End of the 19th over. 208 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. Last over of the first innings for I beg your pardon. Buvuma Sailors tussling it out with Kayunga Titans. And Brian Asaba, the captain, having lost the toss and asked to field, coming on to bowl the last over.
Beautiful bowling from Brian Asaba. This is the last over coming from the highway end.
Quick one from Rothmere. Direct hit from a man who has something to say in every match he plays. Pasco Murungi. Direct hit from mid-on to dismiss Rothmere Emmanuel, sending him packing back to the dugout. No hard feelings, I would guess, from the Sailors with the total that they have put up so far. All now left for them to do is to complete the balls. But indeed, the things you love to see, direct hit, nowhere in the frame for Rothmere. You can't get tired of looking at such efforts. Pick up one quick throw in, breaks the wickets with a direct hit, and Rothmere, following the raising of the finger by umpire Sharon, trudges off. Jonathan Samba against Asaba. Tired efforts from Chadia Alex, gifting Samba a boundary.
Sluggishly came in and not even putting any efforts on that, resulting in 4 runs in there. Bisects it again towards extra covers, but they managed to get only 1. Accomplish this past innings. One ball to go to conclude the first innings. And he misses that. It's end T20 Cup. The first of its kind. End of 20 overs, first innings. 214 for 7. Buvuma Sailors. Beautifully executed by Calvin Watua. Awesome. And here is contributions from the Buvuma Sailors batters. Simon Sesazi 71, Timothy Kawanguzi 23, Calvin Watua 51, Ajuna Robert 26. Those are the ones with double figures. And in the allocate 209, 25 have been extras. They have been moving with a strike rate of 10.81. Massively displayed by the batters of Buvuma Sailors. And then the Kayunga Titans bowlers. Outstanding Paji Sudais, 3 overs, 38 runs, managed to pick 2 wickets. And then Okwalinga Emmanuel, completing his 4 allotted overs, 41 runs, managed to pick 3 wickets. And there it is, beautifully, but they were able to execute 25 extras. We shall be back for the second innings. Welcome back from that break. We are now live with the second innings of this afternoon game. Game number 9 on day 5. Great execution with brilliancy coming from Simon Sesazi and Calvin Watua. Both of them knocking half centuries and totaling up the score for Buvuma Sailors to 214, being one of the highest, actually being the highest score on this ground in the Mukono T20, the inaugural one of its kind, happening at Florida Cricket Oval. Wonderfully displayed. Good performance from Buvuma Sailors. We see the umpire standing in, Sharon Athola and Michael Okoth. Simon Sesazi, who started with the score, who started the innings, scoring a half century, is from a cricket family of the likes of Semanda, Ronald Semanda, who played for Uganda before but retired. Currently, Henry Senyondo, who is the left-arm spinner in the Cricket Cranes. As I talk, also having a brother who last played for Uganda in the Baby Cranes. That is Lawrence Sebatimba, as you can see. And here, the whole family plays cricket, and they not only play the game of cricket but also play tennis. Jackson Asiku comes in from the highway end. First ball knocked by Pasco Murungi for 4. Asiku comes in with the agility. Pasco pulls it for 4. 2 bounces and it crosses the rope for 4. Captain Arjuna back on the attack. Asiku the Mukono T20 Cup being sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Deep End Media Sports. Oh! And that's a wicket. Pasco Murungi trapped behind. Good catch from Timothy Kawanguzi. He went in lazily. He had double minds of either to leave that ball. The danger man goes. Look at how Jackson Asiku ball. And there is beautiful catch from Timothy Kawanguzi. Lots of disappointments in the actions and looking at the movement of Pasco Murungi. Dismissed for only 4 runs in the second ball of the second innings. Kayunga Titans, one of their danger man, Pasco Murungi, going out. Looks to be having lots of disappointments at the dugout. Newman gets in. Looking at the beautiful scenery of Florida Cricket Oval, filled with green. Lots of fresh oxygen coming out of this. Very beautiful sceneries. When you look at the forest and the green vegetation around, makes this look exactly spectacular. New batter in. Asiko comes into attack again. He misses that. Asiko coming strong, ready to deliver this. The likes of Simon Cesars at mid-off, guiding Jackson Asiku. Jackson Asiku developing into a young cricketer from a tender age to now playing hardball. I remember the times when he used to come to Lugogo Cricket Oval, being a ball boy in tennis and also helping out to carry kits. But now here he is playing in this inaugural Mukono T20 Cup. Good line, good pace. Jackson Asiku starts well in this first over of the second innings. Beautifully displayed from Jackson Asiku. The score is 4 for 1 in 1 over. Last batter dismissed, Pasco Murungi. Captain Ali Juna Robert gets the ball coming from the forest end. And the striker is Conrad Lubwama. Lots of chance in the ground, in the field. Lots of chance in the field, motivating their captain to continue bowling dot balls. Beautifully punched, but well fielded by the captain himself. Punched there to long off, managing to get one there. Conrad Lubwama off the mark. Hits that to long on and managing to get one there. Lazy. That was unnecessary coming from Conrad Lubwama. You had to run very fast, but joggingly. If that ball had hit the stumps, it was going to be a run out. Coming just through the laziness displayed by the batter. End of the second over. 6 for 2, 6 for 1. Jackson Asiku back again in attack. Punch on the back foot to Gali, and they managed to get one. Fielding changes come in and a sweeper is put there for Conrad. Swings and he misses that. Asiku one of the bowlers outstanding right now.
Dead ball.
Punched. The bat gets off there. But denies them, well fielded and denying them as a run there. Asiku back again on the attack. Well punched through the covers. 4 runs. Conrad Lubwama beautifully punches that for 4. He aligns himself well in, steps into the line of the ball, and boom, punches it straight for 4. Look at how we punch that. And it crosses the rope for 4. Back on the back foot, managing to take 1 there. Jackson Asiku bowls again, and it picks the second one in his second spell. Batter goes. Second wicket. End of over number 3. Beautifully bowled by Jackson Asiku. And then it gets the nip, comes in like a dolly catch for him. Good bowling from Jackson Asiku. 12 for 2 after 3 overs. Lots of chants and laughs, smiles at the conference there. Seeing Captain Arjuna with the team. I would like to welcome back my co-commentator Solomon. What do you say of that wicket?
Thank you, Alpha. Leading edge from the batter and left Asiku with a simple catch. 2 wickets already falling for the Kayunga Titans. Chasing a very formidable total. 214 to tie the game and 215 to outrightly win. Not going as planned. They just need to stick at the wicket. Give yourself time. Don't get overexcited and keep on top of the required scoring rate. Change bowler at the forest end. Arjuna coming in. The batters have 2 roles to play. keep the scoreboard ticking and to keep their wicket as well. The cries come out, but the batsman well in. Quick feet, quick hands at the back. Ball keeping low. Jackson Asiku, that's that in. But Buvuma had already made his ground. Exciting things happening out there in the middle. Match the number 5. Game number 10 of the Mukono T20 Cup. First edition 2025. Ajuna directs traffic. Makes adjustments. Call from Conrad to get back on strike.
Hit straight up, but they managed to go for one there. Being fielded by Simon Sesazi, experienced player in this team.
Dot ball from Ajuna. Boji Martin in the wars. No runs on offer. Bringing us to the end of the 4th over. 15 runs on board for the loss of 2 wickets. The Titans have struggled with the bat in all their matches and seem to be the whipping boys in this tournament.
Having the likes of Pasco Murungi on their team, you could think that he would be of good, or would really be an impact for them, but punished. 2 bounces, 1 bounce for 4 by Conrad Lubama. An amazing player, a fighter for the team, having sustained a finger injury yesterday, but still composes himself, aligns it towards the screen. 1 bounce for 4.
Conrad is a fighter, and he will try to do everything within his power to bring his team closer to that target. Lofted over mid-on. The Sailors won't mind the singles, and the requirement being for at least boundaries in each over for the Titans. Running from Buvuma, first a bye. Jackson Asiku bowling well throughout this tournament. Drop and run.
Change of the fielding position. Long on has been brought in. Beautifully punished. Beautiful drive. But the youngster out there going for a maximum, sailing on the ground for 4. Oh, well displayed by the young one.
The sound coming off that bat meant business.
That's the over.
And that marks the end of the 5th over. 26 for 2. Kayunga Titans. The beautiful sceneries, the beautiful area view of Florida Cricket Oval. That was started 2 years ago by the former cricketer, captain of the Cricket Cranes, Akbar Baig, son to Anas Baig, who plays for Mukono Development. Awesome little Akbar Baig for putting up this initiative, giving back to cricket in Uganda.
Plenty of privately owned overs. That's Boji's bat seems to be catching fire, powerfully hitting every ball, picking up one in that one. Classic and textbook cricket from Buvuma.
Quick one in between the wickets.
Easy. That's my ball.
And the fumble comes from
It's mine, yeah? My bad. It's mine.
Emmanuel Rothnio.
Keep rotating the strike. The batters waiting for that bad ball. Smashed by the young man for 4 via covers. That is how they need to go about their business. Rotate strike. Punish the bad balls. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Quicker ball from Arjuna.
They just need to rotate the strike. Let them build the partnerships. And they will manage at least to see themselves piling up more runs for Kayunga Titans. You know, in cricket, you need to build up partnerships. So, there ends over number 6. First power play ended 35 for 2.
Mahad Sachito coming in from the highway end. Bowler for Mukono development team in the cricket leagues. Building on his experience. And another misfield from the man in cover. I don't know if it was just put there as a scarecrow because it seems to be quite ineffective.
With the bullets coming from the young man through the covers and the sound of the bat maybe scaring the fielder.
All you have to do is keep your eyes on the ball, get your body behind.
Poorly executed by Conrad Lubwama. There was no need for going across on that. He needs to hang in there. The team still needs you in there.
Fielded by Simon Sasazi. A long off. In the middle of long off and long on.
Hit explosively. Down the stands. Down the chairman's stands. Conrad Lubwama. That is him. He's now going 6 off that ball, concluding the 7th over. Well balanced swings. Cow corner below the chairman stands. Well executed Conrad Lubwama. 45 for 2 after 7 overs. Change of bowler coming from the forest end. And as you see the beautiful aerial view of Florida Cricket Oval, this is the Mukono T20 Cup, first of a kind held in this region.
The Titans must be feeling the heat, facing a double header today. Good lines from the young man to Boji, who leaves it well alone. Boji nicely getting to the pitch of that ball. Past covers for a single. Waft and the miss. Rising ball from the young bowler. Some shots to a similar ball, offering no rewards. Scoreboard pressure.
Good pace, good bounce of the last 2 balls. Umpire calls for a wide. And the bowler needs to bowl that again.
Oh, good work from the wicket keeper as the ball completely beats Conrad to bring us to the end of the 7th of the 8th over. 47 runs on board for the Titans, losing two wickets in the process. Action coming to you live from Florida Cricket Oval. Ziba and Njeru, sandwiched between Nkoko Njeru and Buikwe. In the serene and sedate environs of Ziba. The shadows out there on the pitch lengthening with each passing minute as the Sailors try to defend their score of 214, the highest score so far in this tournament, thanks to the blazing bat of Calvin Watua, Simon Sasazi, Mahad Sachito continues from the highway end. Opportunity offered to Jackson Asiku at cow corner. Running in quick to effect the catch, indicating that it's fully fine. Boji Martin living dangerously and playing with his wicket, skying that one to Simon Sasazi at long off. Mahad Sachito receiving just rewards for his tight lines. The third wicket falls for the Kayunga Titans. Deep End Sports Media bringing you the live pictures. Our broadcast partners in this first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. Major sponsor, Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Mukono. Shout out to our patron, Dr. Peter Alele. Organized by Mukono Cricket Community under the stewardship of Cricket Uganda. 6-team competition. Kayunga Titans, Lugazi Trekers, Njaru Warriors, Buikwe Gladiators, Buvuma Sailors, and Mukono Development. The cup being played on a round-robin format with the top 2 teams on the log competing for the finals. Alepe setters being Buvuma Sailors and Lugazi Trekers. Arafat off strike, off the mark, sorry. Arafat is another student of Mukono Kings SS in Mukono. Arjuna unable to complete that, letting it drop at his feet.
And that's the over.
Arafat joins the experienced Conrad Luwama, and he turns out for SSC in the cricket league.
With the likes of Conrad Luwama still in the Kayunga Titans having that chance, you know, of piling up more runs. As you look at the situation right now, it's 50 for 3 after 9 overs. Kayunga Titans, new bowler coming from the Forest end.
Played off his feet, and without the dive, the ball wins that contest. Lua I will beg your pardon, viewers. The new batter at the crease is Muanguzi London Timothy. One interesting statistic I will tell you, Alpha, about Muanguzi is that in the recently concluded Laika T20 tournament, he was the only batsman timed out.
Tickles that for one.
Playing against Premier, he took his sweet time, and when the appeal came in, he was yet to reach the crease, and he had to be sent back packing by the umpire.
Those are rare cases found in cricket, and but it's also another way of dismissal.
I believe he learned his lesson, and he will never, ever not be ready when a wicket falls. We learn through experience. Cut short, stopped at backward point, bringing one for Lubama.
With the likes of the Kayunga Titans hanging in there, building partnerships, they need to take this to the deep. Let them take this to the deep and not allowing the Buvuma Sailors to walk away easily with this. It's a do or die. Creating partnerships, just rotating strikes. There's always that 1, 2, 3 overs that usually go above 20 runs. And we await to see that happening in this innings, in this second innings.
You can only score runs when they're in the middle. And when you're with when you make your wicket priceless and had to take out, then you will make use of the opportunities. Quick run, requiring for the batter to throw in a dive.
London Mwanguzi in there had to throw that dive in, having some consultation with the umpire on whether he's fine. His landing as he was sliding in looked suspicious that he might have gotten an injury, but all in all, he's fit for play. Punished.
Using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, smacks it too long off for a boundary for. I guess Mwanguzi would rather be out there in the middle than in the examination room. Just as he was do it back. Mahad adjusting his pitch, seeing Lubama advancing down, bowling it wider, but equal to the task, and gliding it via gully for 2.
Beautiful shot displayed by Conrad Lubama. Right now, standing in 34 runs for Conrad Lubama.
Steady pace for him. Good to see out there that he's composed. He's been guilty of getting overexcited, using his feet again, but beaten by the pace of the ball and mistimes it over gully area. He just needs to keep at the wicket, try to draw his team as close as possible to the formidable total from the Sailors.
Massively swept by Conrad. 6. Beautifully aligned himself, hitting it, and then he sweeps it away. Slog sweep for 6 there. Well anchored in there. Well executed. Eyes on the ball. Straight body. No tilted head. For 6. And that marks the end of the 11th over. The score is 72 for 3. At this rate, in the first innings, the Buvuma Sailors were 130 after 11 overs. For 2.
The Titans run rate definitely pedestrian, just above 6. With the required being 11, so being helped out by such lines from the bowlers. It must be such a long, long day for the Titans. Double header. You need to make good use of all the team resources, the team members. Give opportunity to everyone. Pulled for a boundary 4. That's the spirit. As Nyanyakam continues from the forest end. Wafted shot from Muhanguzi.
The way he swung that, it's like he had no clue of the ball.
Good at playing off his pads.
Balls to play.
Good line, good line. Buvuma takes a small walk to compose himself, talking to himself, reminding himself the task at hand. Should be keeping his wicket till the very end. The bowler following him. Good over from the young man, bringing us to the end of the 12th over. Score is still 79. A partnership of 30 in 20 balls from Muhanguzi, 12 in 10, being his contribution. And a look at the worms sees the Kayunga Titans worm firmly below that of the Sailors. Wickets falling in overs number 1 and 3 and 9. They will have to get a move on to see it rising up. Buvuma back foot punch via covers for 1. Mahad Sachito bowling on the trot from the highway end. Rising ball.
Missed chance.
The ball following the fielder wherever he might be put. A lack of awareness and alertness sees Muhanguzi survive to continue with his innings. pulled through mid-wicket by Buvuma. There are not very many loud voices out there on the pitch. Don't know why. Usually there's a lot of exuberance. Dot ball from Mahad Sachito.
He couldn't field his own ball. And then he manages to let them take one run. And Conrad Rubama now on strike. He jumps out and is quickly stumped by Timothy Kawanguzi. Well stumped, well kept, Timothy Kawanguzi. That ends the life of Conrad Luvama, the man who was hanging in there for the team. Now his life has ended. This is how he got out. Steps out, comes late, and tries to go for a 180, but couldn't reach.
Unable to get to the ball. Quick hands by Kawanguzi behind the stumps. Luvama guilty always throughout this tournament of a brain freeze, bringing up such moments when he would be well served, playing through and waiting for those bad balls.
New batter coming in. Score is 83 for 4. After 12 overs, Kayunga Titans. It's all, when you look at the dugout of Kayunga Titans, all filled with misery as they look on to see the Buvuma Sailors
the Sailors are playing true to form to remain the only unbeaten side in this tournament. Wide ball called by umpire Michael Okoth. Nyanya Jonathan bowling his last over in the allotted 4. Muhanguzi pulling him. To deep mid-wicket.
The pitch being so quiet, I don't know what signs it's trying to display.
New batter quickly off the mark. Good call from for me, I believe that we learn more from losses or defeats. Much more we learn from success. And why is that? In a win, That means that all processes have fired, but in a loss, there needs to be re-examination. So, all a learning process for the Titans, with only one win in this tournament, losing 3 on the trot. I love the gather phase of the bowler. Leaps high into the air and comes down, swinging that arm to generate pace. There you go.
Beautifully bowled by the 5th day of this tournament of the Mukono T20 Cup. We are able to see lots of improvements coming from the youngsters, differing from day 1 and day 2. Now the agility comes out from them. Beautifully struck. And that's a 4. 4 runs there. Over covers. Struck brilliantly by the young man.
As this coach, I will tell you that when we have those sessions of hitting out at the end of every training, Mohanguzi is kept the ropes, using his feet beautifully. Give himself more time, more experience out in the middle. Be unfazed by anything. Make a decent score and see what happens. Bowling change from the highway end.
Ball up there, and that's a catch. Another wicket gone up into the sky, and Emmanuel Rothmuir catches that. Beautifully bowled by Jovan. Bowls it. The batter comes in lazily. Just top of the bat, and becomes a dolly catch for Emmanuel Rothmuir. The score is 90 for 5.
Rothmuir rolls up. More importantly, should be the performances. And the batting side for the It's just proving to be a still in the dugout, I think. So down the order to the young to feel the heat in a chest of a mammoth Toto.
Earlier on, having a discussion with Pascal Murungi, he told me that they will be giving the youngsters chance for them to get in there and bat before Captain Asawa comes in.
Jovan continues with this spell. Just like this, youngsters have to realize you need to keep rotating the strike. Well, stop. You need to keep rotating the strike. Skip the asking rate.
Another one. But there wasn't any chance close to that. Very good over from the young man from Jovan. Bringing us to the end of the 15th over. 92 for 5. Kayunga Titans.
The shadows across indicate the falling sun, but a look at the chart sees plenty of wickets in the early overs for the Kayunga Titans. The Buvuma sailors exploding in the middle overs. Turns into the attack from the forest end. It is schoolboys against schoolboy, and this should psychologically help the batter, knowing that it is not an experienced hand with the ball, so he should be able to play his shots. Muhanguzi. Not moving his feet and just wafting.
The Kayunga Titans require 122 runs in 29 balls.
Not moving his feet, but throwing his hands at the ball results in a sneak from Muhanguzi to the waiting hands of Kawanguzi. Muhanguzi has to depart, bringing the wickets down to 6 in this run chase for the Kayunga Titans, chasing 215 for the win. Another look at that ugly shot.
Look at how he gathers himself up. Pose it.
His feet nowhere near the pitch of the ball. And the captain, Brana Saba, comes in once again to do a job. Did an excellent job out in the field, taking 2 running catches, bowling well, but now required to put some runs on the board. Is he the man to see the Titans across the line? Now that Asaba is at the crease, you're going to see quick runs has to retain most of the strike. I hope his partner is ready for the workout.
The man has quick feet and loves running most of the time. He tickles that for one.
Reminds me of Roger Mukasa, the Ugandan international. But before that, his elder brother, Franco Nsubuga, a man who loves missed by the batter. Good lines from Asiku. That name, if you mention it in the early 2000s, chance would have it that they would think you talking about Jackson Asiku. It's Jackson Asiku, the cricket. And hope he will rise up to the prominence of his boxing teammate.
And that's the end of the 16th over. Score is 93 for 6. Kayunga Titans. With Asaba Brian coming in. And now on strike.
24 balls to come. And for the Titans to pick as many runs from those balls as Jovan continues from the highway end. Bowling wicket to wicket. Giving Asaba no room at all to free his arms. Dot ball.
Punishes that. 6 runs below the commentary box. Well punished, well composed. Moving down the wicket and moves into the line of it. Punishes it for another one. It's a double from Brian Asaba, captain Kayunga Titans.
You will be forgiven for thinking 2 years ago already, but that is just the blazing blade of Brian Asaba coming down the order and punishing Jovan. Short, 3 consecutive boundaries. This time round, boundary 4. Leading the Titans to cross the 100 runs mark.
Beautifully displayed by Asaba Brian.
Misses that one, but not losing his wicket in the process, bringing us to the end of the 7th over. The score is score to be updated shortly on the graphics as we look at those hard blows from Brian Asaba, moving his feet. Ball deposited just directly to the sunscreen. Sorry, side screen.
I love the way Brian Asaba comes in. When you look at the West Indian batter, Kieron Poran, that's the way he also comes down the wicket, hitting his sixes like that.
So much to learn from the youngsters that you need to be brave and work on your power. Boundary 4 in your shot. but Emmanuel Rothmio comes from the forest end. Asaba down on his knees and flashes that down past square leg area for 4.
It's time for entertainment from Asaba Brian, Captain Kayunga Titans.
Declining that run, knowing that if the batter comes, he will be left hanging. Playing a quick fire cameo right now. Flash hard.
What a top edge coming from Asaba. The way he executed that.
Look at that. Kawanguzi left no options at all. It is happening all out in the middle. Battle line set between Rothmio and Asaba. And there you go. All the way. Scorers taking cover as Asaba deposits that. Entertaining stuff at the tail end of the Titans innings. Worked mightily
To the scoreboard.
must have moved quick fire. A rare dot ball in this over. Fully entertained. Good work from Jovan at fine leg as the Asaba took one down the leg side to take him on strike for the upcoming 128 runs for the Kayunga Titans. 6 wickets back in the dugout. Chasing a mammoth 214 runs.
Bola continuing right arm over.
87 runs to pick up in the last 12 balls. Seemingly an impossible task, I would say. Rare that ball at the back. Jovan coming from the high end continues with Captain Brian Asaba batting angry.
Hits that and goes straight to cow corner fielder, but still he doesn't take that one.
Another dot ball. Quick running. Takes one. And keep Asaba away from the striker's end. They're all coming in to prevent that thing. I would run anyway.
Misses that.
Misses that. Can't run to that one when there is no bat to ball. Entertaining. Bowled him! Jovan finally snaring a wicket, having received punishment. Being congratulated out there in the middle by his friends, his teammates. The young man, throughout the onslaught from the opposing captain, see him being congratulated. Batter shadowing, correctly, but on his way.
Looking at the recap of that ball, the batter played a wrong line and missing on that. Look at how it composed himself and created room for himself. Played a wrong shot to a pitched up ball and then ends up bowling him out. As the new batter is coming in,
just one ball left for Jovan to complete his allotted for an opportunity. His
Kayunga Titans, they require 80. They require 83 runs from 7 balls.
That is an impossible ask. Swing and a miss, bringing us to the close of the penultimate over. 19, 129 on board for the loss of 7 wickets. Kayunga Titans in their chest. The warm slightly rising between the 17th and the 19th over, but well away from the warm of the sailors. Last over coming as Rothmere continues this battle with Saba.
Can he hold his nerves? He peers it in. Asaba hits it over point for 4.
Using his feet, and Arjuna just has to collect that ball from the boundary. Entertaining off your seat staff. My co-commentator, if you had a shot of him well out of his seat, enjoying the entertaining cricket down in the middle. Rothmere continues.
Can he hold his nerves? Shot!
Lost ball! Asaba Brian with a cameo of hard hitting and ball losing action here at Florida Cricket Oval. A replacement ball will have to be found as that ball sails way into the forest. Over deep mid wicket. 10 into balls. What do the remaining? Quick running to keep strike. Dive from the young man. In already. I will not say the dreaded words because I would love to see him reach that milestone. Sent to the wrong end. From long on, Simon Sazazi, the guilty party.
And that's a 50 for Brian Asaba, captain, Kayunga Titans.
Rapid fire 50. Hot bat out there. Sizzling.
He hits that in just 20 balls.
Strike rate of above 200. Swallowed at cow corner is brought as Rothmio having received enough punishment. Asaba makes his way back to the pavilion, bringing an end to this entertaining match between the Kayunga Titans, who lost the toss and were asked to field, Buvuma Sailors posting a formidable 214 runs. The Buvuma Sailors of the Titans. Pasco Murungi falling cheaply. Okwalinga Emmanuel 44 in 40. Strike rate of about 14 of 15. London Muhanguzi 20 in 21. But a blazing 50 in 22 by Asaba Brand, who falls at the last ball. The Buvuma Sailors only offering 7 extras. The bowling card from the Sailors will see the prime bowler Asiku Jackson, 4 overs completed, 24 runs conceded, 3 wickets snared. The Buvuma and the match summary. Buvuma Sailors posting 214 for 7. Simon Sasazi 71 runs in 37 balls. Watua Calvin 1 runs, 29 balls. Robert Arjuna, 26 runs, 13 balls. Emmanuel, 3 for 41. Sudais Mpaji, 2 in 38. The standings, Buvuma Sailors remain for 9 points at a healthy net run rate of 3-6. The Trekkers as well. 2-1, 1 loss. Mukono development. Still rooted at the bottom of the log. Highlights coming to you. Presentation.
Soko bankeberere. Soko bakebere.
Ban.
Abencha. Eh. Babo kumachi okusinga.
Warriors. Jeru Warriors. Breakers.
Look at the Trekkers versus
Morobot.
Jeru Warriors.
Lamoni.
Our mama la tumpa after. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all back from that splendid second half of Buvuma Sailors versus Kayunga Titans. It was a strong performance, well executed by the teams. Excellent performance coming from the likes of Simon Sesazi, putting on 71 runs for Buvuma Sailors. And then Calvin Watua contributing on that with a splendid half century. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I would like to welcome the captain of the losing side. Captain Brian Asaba, hard luck. What happened and what really led to the loss today, this afternoon?
I will start talking about the first innings. We saw our target was to restrict these guys to maybe 150, 140 there, but unfortunately, guys came hard at us. And the other thing, I think because we played two games, the boys were tired. Yeah, that's where the problem came.
All right. Hard luck on that. You can go and have a seat. And then, I would like to invite the captain of the winning team, Buvuma Sailors. Congratulations, Captain Ajuna.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel and about the win?
I feel like exhilarated. I think the team is gelling together well, and the senior players are still standing up, taking more responsibilities. But I applaud the juniors, especially in the bowling department. The youngsters like Jovan Komagum, there is Tom. They're putting up their hands. Sekito, they're all coming up and growing into the tournament. Hopefully, we can go all through.
What plans did you go in to see yourselves scoring that big figure of 214?
I think the wicket is so flat. It's playing well, and the senior players, everyone knowing their responsibilities. So we didn't have a specific target, but we knew if we played out our 20 overs, senior players putting up their hands, then anything above 200 was possible.
Congratulations on that. Thank you very much. Can enjoy your glorious. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time I announce the player of the match. Kayunga Titans versus Buvuma Sailors. This is a gentleman who scored 71 of 37 balls, 1 catch. Simon Sesazi. Before that, I would like to invite the chairman of Mukono cricket community to come and hand over the Man of Match award. Simon Sesazi, congratulations on that knock.
Thank you so much. It's really a good thing to show these boys how to play the game. You know, when they see us come and play with them, you know, they learn something. Yeah, me hitting them, it's them that really get a point out of it, because the next time they'll come to bowl, they will know that I need to bowl this and this. I don't need to bowl this and that.
So when you came onto the field, onto the wicket to bat, what plans did you have in your mind before you managed to hit that 71?
Yeah, the plan was simple. Just bat, see the ball, hit the ball, try to rotate the strike, put the boys on pressure. You know, they need to really wake up. Every time they yell at them, they become confused. So you try keep them active. So any chance I got, I had to really score.
Simon Sesazi, congratulations on that. Go and enjoy your Man of Match. Ladies and gentlemen, we asked tomorrow we shall be having Lugazi Trekkers taking on Njeru Warriors at exactly 9 a.m. Thank you for being good viewers. My name is Alpha. Have a good evening.
Luzungu is not Luzunging.
Hey,
Olinga atandika.
Akolaji.
Chairman Simon, Mkulese. Mkulese, leta visubuluso. Alpha, Mkulese. Lero mwenyige muna